United Colors in Texas. I got a picture to show. And that makes me very happy. So, back to you and the International Unnet, KJ5KUI.
All right, thanks, Rex. And NT9A, Patrick, what's your happy thought?
Hey, good to hear you, Steve. Thanks for taking my check-in and thanks for doing me on that. That's putting a smile on my face. Today was first of my two-day weekend here, and that always makes me happy when I can sleep and not having the alarm wake me up. I didn't participate in the ARRL 10-meter contest yesterday, but I got to some today, and I met about 85 contacts and just under 5,000 points. Several hours, 4 or 5 or something like that. It was a lot of fun, a lot of contacts. Yeah, looking forward to the next contest. NT9A, back to you.
All right, thanks, Patrick. And over to Tom, KD6KHK. Tom, what's making you happy tonight?
Well, hello, Steve, the International Undead. Well, my Knights of Columbus group, we had a successful breakfast with Santa at the St. Bede's Church. That went very well. And I took time out making my cow jerky, which I'm going to get back to right after this. So it's putting in the dehydrator, probably by tomorrow. So that's going to make me extremely happy. Thanks for taking the net, Steve. K86KHK.
All right, Tom, thanks for that. And Chad, VE6 X-Ray Alpha Delta. Chad, what's making you happy tonight?
Hello, Steve and everybody on the internet, and welcome to the new guy. Let's see, what's making me happy is, I had a nap this afternoon. I kind of well-deserved one. It's been kind of crazy with everything leading up to Christmas, and the crazy weather around here, too. It's been kind of everywhere from -10 Fahrenheit to +10 with rain falling in there right now. Now we have mist going on, so it's kind of interesting weather, but kind of nice just to relax this Sunday. So back to you, Steve. Thanks for running that. This was VE6XE.
Thanks, Chad. And then over to Rick, KJ5 and CF. Rick, what's your happy thought?
Well, my happy thought is just being on this net today. Sitting around watching the TV today. It's too cold for me outside. So that's it. KJ5 MTF.
All right, we're at the bottom of the list. If anybody's listening and would like to get into happy hour, drop your call sign now.
Kilo Delta 2,
November, Delta Romeo, Benjamin, Simple Texas.
N9AST.
All right, first I heard a Kilo Delta station, and that's all I heard. And then I heard KJ5 NDR and N9AST, so Kilo Delta, try one more time.
Kilo Delta 2, Kilo Alpha Kilo.
Okay, KD2, KK. What's making you happy tonight?
Kilo Delta 2, Kilo Alpha Kilo, Brian from Carthage. I am just testing out my new radio that I'm using right now. That's making me
All right, Brian, is this your first time on Happy Hour?
Yes, it is.
All right, Brian, welcome to Happy Hour, and we're here at 365 days a year, 5 p.m. Central Time, every night, and after 100 check-ins, you get a nice framework certificate for the shack, and after 1,000, you get a nice certificate. So, Brian, welcome to Happy Hour. No need to respond, but others here would like to welcome you as well. Brian, welcome to Happy Hour.
Welcome
welcome to Happy Hour, Brian.
Alright, welcome. This is KJ5 NDR. Have some fun on here. That's what it's for. KJ5 NDR.
Always double. Welcome, Brian. Always good to have North Carolina. Welcome to the Happy Hour.
Hey, welcome to the Happy Hour.
Welcome, Brian.
KD9WSA. 7 days a week. From Whiskey 5 to Whiskey Golf. Scott and Waco, Texas. Welcome to Happy Hour, NT9A. Come back often.
All right, thanks, guys. Then we're going to head over to KJ5 NDR. Benjamin, what's making you happy tonight?
Hey, good evening, sir. This is KJ5 NDR. Thanks for taking the message this evening. Just clocked out of work. It's about to be the weekend. That's making me happy. It is mighty cold. I don't know if we have unhappy thoughts on here, but man, I don't like the cold. Anyway, happy that I made it. I clocked out at 6, and you got me in there, so I super appreciate it. This is KJ5 NDR. Back to net.
All right, and the last happy thought goes to Fred, N9AST. Fred, what's making you happy tonight?
Well, it's the first night of my rotation being off and trying to stay warm. I was over here at my daughter's house having dinner with my daughter and the granddaughter and son-in-law and trying to stay warm. Hope everybody's doing okay out here. I wouldn't dare go outside. It's just nasty. But 73 is all. N9AST, Fred here in Antioch. Back to the net.
This is Kilo.
All right, I didn't hear anybody chirping in to check in and give a happy thought, so I'm going to close this down. So I got here very close to 5 p.m. I wasn't able to get the computer on right away, so I had problems trying to get on the cellular network, and I finally got on the home Wi-Fi. I wasn't able to get KD9WSA, Brian. I wasn't able to get your name right away when you checked in, but now that I'm looking, you're at 99. So over 2 years went by. Number 99 tonight makes 100 check-ins. So let's make sure you got your address updated on QRZ, because that's where your certificate goes for your 100 check-in tonight. So I'll let everybody congratulate Brian for your 100 check-in.
My entry says
Congratulations, Brian. Welcome to the Century Club. Thanks for 100 happy thoughts. KD9.
Mine's all in.
The National Weather Service has cleared all alerts for this area.
Congratulations from K9WNG.
Congratulations, KJ5.
Congratulations, Brian, from Victor Kilo 4 Alpha Victor November. Well done, mate.
All right. Thanks for checking in the happy hour. Check-ins. We've got 5 new check-ins. And we did not get a QRB round, so we're going to lump the QRB round into the 73 round. So 73 is to everyone. And for the QRB round, this is our made-up Q code for quickly refresh your beverage. While drinks are full price, we're still going to let everybody know what we got. And I'm having a black coffee. What are you having? I'm having iced coffee.
You're a great moderator. And I'm going to go have a cup of hot Kentucky Gamer tea. KD9.
Good job there, Steve.
Good job, Steve. Thank you.
Rich rye whiskey out of Kentucky. Good stuff.
We've got iced coffee. Caramel. K7QV.
Hello, Delta 9 with Brian. I'm having black coffee. I don't know if you got my address or how I go about that, fixing that or whatever. But 6608 Canal Lane, Waterford.
If it's current on QRZ, that's what we're going to use. I'm on ONG.
Hey, good job, Steve. 73, everybody.
K9, WNG.
Brian, you are current on QRZ. So, yeah, Brian, you are current.
Thank you.
A true professional through the end of the 73 round. Great job, John. Wonderful job as always. Thanks for doing the undead. NT98.
This is KF5FID, question.
I think we are KF5 SID. Was that correct?
Roger, that is correct. I heard you at net. I didn't know if I was able to get on it. Showing my wife's uncle, he's going to kind of showing what he can hear out there also.
Oh, we just closed it down, but I didn't get the full call sign. So if you can go ahead with Tater, but that probably get you in there.
It's Kilo Foxtrot 5, Foxtrot India Delta, KF 5, FID 5, FID 5.
All right, so we've got Dave or David in Pasadena, Texas.
Yeah, David's fine. That sounds good. And Pasadena, that is correct.
All right, so you did come in right at the end, of the 73 round, but we'll get you on the list, David. And I believe you heard of what we're all about. And after 100 check-ins, you get a free little certificate for the shack. So you tune into the Lakeshore Radio Association happy hour. We are in Racine, Wisconsin, and we meet here 365 days a year at 5 p.m. Central Time. So I'll say welcome, David. If anybody else is out there listening, we'll welcome you as well. And our club website is KiloRomeo9RomeoKilo.com. So, David, welcome to Happy Hour.
Welcome, David. Steve, I think 6 new check-ins in a night. Friday K9SO, that might be your record. Welcome, David. K5WSA.
Gentlemen, thank you all so much. I will definitely be back out. I'll have to get some more. I'm helping my wife at the moment, too, at the same time here. I've got my hands tied.
Gasoline.
Happy evening to you all. KF.
UQE. Well, how about that, Steve? 6 new check-ins in a night? That's incredible. 6 check-ins, I'll take it. Yeah, Sunday nights we usually pull in quite a few. There was one recent that I didn't get any, so it happens, but we're always here happy to welcome new people to happy hour.
Yeah, this is the one thing I do miss. But next year I'm really hoping to get a hearing aid, and that should put me back into being able to do some net control. But right now with about 50% down, not a good idea. It would be terrible. KD9UQE.
Well, keep looking forward to that hearing aid. Hopefully, hope it'll work out for you.
Roger that. You should come around the house. It's pretty funny. My wife needs hearing aids too, so it gets pretty ridiculous with us yelling at each other, and it's not even a fight. It's just trying to say hello.
I'm sure I'll be in that boat someday. But did you ever get a hold of somebody to work on your antenna mount for POTA?
Not yet. I'm still hoping to put the base together myself. And I'm really trying hard to stick with the original plan of having a vertical with 2 directional radiators. And unfortunately, I've started to distract myself with the hex beam design. But nope. I guess that gives me until the 27th of January.
Yeah, you got some time. Well, you got some time to put things together.
Yep, the antenna, and I'd like to find a go box. So I've been hearing guys say they go to Harbor Freight and they're able to get those. It's got to be big enough to handle a 991A, and I'll keep the battery separate. But yeah, antenna and a go box, and I'll be potable.
Yeah, it's all one of those real nice ones at field day. They'll get the tuner, battery, radio, all in one box. But yeah, if you go separate, I agree.
Oh, Roger that. I would like to get people's input on, whether they prefer using a notebook or having like a little nook and put the screen on the lid for the logging. Obviously the notebook's already set up for logging and WSJTX and stuff. But it would be really cool to have a monitor stuck inside it, just run a nook inside.
I'm sure you have plenty of ideas online. I haven't seen one with the monitor and the lid yet, so that'd be the first one I saw.
Oh, Roger that, and of course the advantage of having a little bit of shading going on there so it doesn't get whited out by the sunshine. But what I really need to do is get myself out there with people, tagging along on the POTA thing to see what people do. Eventually, when I hear somebody throw an invite out there, they're nearby. Potato Lake would be perfect for somebody who's coming out for them. Just let me see how they set things up, and so I'm a total newbie. KD9UQE. Thanks again, Steve. I really do enjoy Sunday nights. You do a great job. So, everybody loves checking in. You've got a great radio presence, brother. I'm going to go make that tea now. The furnace got stupid air in here, so dry it out. I feel like I was out hopping on the sawgrass again. 89. Yeah, Mr. FSW 73 here. Until tomorrow.
Yeah, she's painful. Okay.
I got an idea around tomorrow for 5L net, tomorrow for the on-net, KSEP, and any other nets that may come along. KSEP, QV. RJVC2 radio check. Yes, FT8 calling. Okay.
X-ray, Zulu, Sierra. X-ray. 3, 2, X-ray. Zulu. Stand by. Sierra. X-ray. 3, 2, X-ray. Zulu. Stand by. Sierra. X-ray. 3, 2, X-ray. Zulu. India. X-ray. 3, 2, Kilo. Victor. Uniform. Victor. India. Push up. Echo. Push up. Kilo.
This is Kilo, Juliet 5, Foxtrot, Delta, Sierra, Bird Dog. Got a radio check on the South Coast reflector. Bird Dog, this is Kilo, Juliet 5, Delta, Romeo Mike. They call me Breeze, but you can call me. I hear you loud and clear.
Kilo. Juliet. Uniform. India. Kilo. Zulu. Yankee. 4.
Air 5 RCK, cross the radio check.
RCK, this is BRM, I heard you, Lima Charlie. Bird Dog, how copy? How did you hear me when I checked in? Breeze, you are 5x5, sounding great. We'll talk to you at 7.
Air 5 RCK, cross the radio check.
KI5, this is KJ5 DRM. I heard you, Lima Charlie. I'll copy.
The copy is fine. I'm having trouble with my computer.
Sierra.
Thank you for watching, and thank you for listening.
Gasoline. Gasoline. used to know me. In the old days, old ways come and go anyway. You say it's so good to see me. It's a gift from God. You don't even believe.
KJ5, I use that mobile.
Don't it feel like you used to? Stumbling into something when you didn't intend to. We're already shooting so far past the read-through. I toss a line to you to see what you do. You improvise when the spotlight is on you. You say, let me in. Gasoline. Gasoline.
The Texas State Militia in the Greater Houston area net will start in 10 minutes.
My money, gasoline, my money.
In 5 minutes, we will be disconnecting from Central Texas. The Texas State Militia in the Greater Houston Area Net will start in 5 minutes.
Gasoline. Gasoline. Get ready, the system will disconnect from Central Texas in 1 minute. The Texas State Militia in the Greater Houston Area Net will start in 1 minute.
evening. The time is 7 p.m.
Good evening, this is Kilo Juliet 5, Delta, Romeo Mike. You can call me Breeze. Now calling the Viking net session. I will serve as the net controller for tonight's net. No emergency traffic exists at this time. This net meets Sunday evening at 1900 hours local time with the purpose of sharing announcements and events regarding the art and science of amateur radio. It's also a practice of skills in communication in the event scenario where we're called upon to provide our services. Special thanks to the WA5AIR repeater owner, Mr. Charlie, for the use of his repeater. Thanks, Tuna. Break. This net will be conducted in a semi-formal manner. Viking membership will be called on first, and then all non-club members, amateur operators, will be invited to participate. When calling into net control, please use the ITU phonetics when giving your call signs initially, and then please state your club and or given name. It's also helpful if you give us the location from which you're transmitting so that we know where our fellow operators are located. Are there any stations with emergency or priority traffic? If an emergency arises during this meeting, break in by stating emergency and your call sign. You'll be recognized and then state the nature of your emergency and support required. Stations are encouraged to check into any local net for training purposes. Are there any Viking comm group members volunteering to be HF liaison station? If so, then please check in now and state which channel you're monitoring. All right, well, we got some quick little announcements here before we move on to the check-in. Well, we recently just had the ground search and rescue training, had some fantastic trainings that lasted the whole weekend. A couple weeks back, we had our Viking tactical carbine and pistol. We had a fantastic time and got a lot of stuff done that weekend. Coming up next month, we've got some Viking trainings. We've got comms training happening on January 10th. Really fantastic training. Get to learn a lot about radios. I don't have to tell it to the people listening in tonight, but we look forward to seeing as many people as possible at the comms training. We've got search and rescue training happening on January 24th, along with our Basic 1 class. Both of those are going to be fantastic. There's a lot of information that you need to learn. As far as Viking Tactical goes, we've got Pistol 1 and 2 class happening on January 17th, and we've also got the Advanced Carbine and Pistol class happening on January 25th. This is some of the best firearms training that you're going to get in Houston, so we encourage you guys to show up in class. If you have any questions and need any further information on our Viking Tactical courses, check out www.vikingtacticalschool.com. Are there any stations with other announcements other than that? check in. All Viking comm group members are now invited to check in. Stations are going to be called in groups based on your fire team. Stations checking in and out are encouraged to keep on listening until the net is complete, in case another station wants traffic for you. Now, we're getting real close to Christmas. Guys, last time we all checked in, we talked about what our family traditions are for the holidays. And this time, I want to ask you guys about music. Music is life. And as you check in, I want you guys to tell me what your favorite Christmas song is. Mine is Rock and Roll. So, let's go ahead and kick things off with the check-ins. We're going to start with fire teams Alpha through Charlie. Check in now, please. Alright, we're going to call for that again. Once again, anyone in fire teams Alpha through Charlie, check in now.
This is Kilo 5, here on Mike. Double Dog is correct. No traffic.
I hear you loud and clear, Double Dog. Now, please, tell me what your favorite Christmas song is.
Well, I probably can't say that on the air, but I don't know. I like all kinds of things. I like Grandma Got Run Over by a Ranger, really. But I think Silent Night is always one of my favorites.
Glad to hear it, Double Dog. I like Silent Night too. All right, anybody else? Fire team Alpha through Charlie.
This is Kilo 5, Hotel Romeo Hot Rod with no traffic.
I don't think so, Hot Rod. You do have some traffic. You need to tell me what your favorite Christmas song is.
Can't blame me for trying. Say Jingle Bells and call it good.
Thank you for checking in, Hot Rod. All right, anybody else? Alpha teams, fire through Charlie. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on now. Fire teams Delta through Foxtrot, please check in now.
This is Kilo Juliet 5, Papa Apex is earlier. I'd say one of my favorite Christmas songs.
Apex, I hear you, Lima Charlie. Thank you so much for checking in. All right, anybody else? Fire team Delta through Foxtrot. RJ5, DRM, anybody else in fire team Delta through Foxtrot. Send it. Alright, we're going to go ahead and move things along here. Are there any check-ins to fire team Juliet through Lima? This is Kilo 5, Juliet Golf, Whiskey, Freebird, Noah Magnolia. And I would say my favorite Christmas song would be one of three, either Elvis Blue Christmas, Being White Christmas, or what's the other one? I guess it's just two. Freebird, I do hear you, Lima Charlie, although it kind of sounds to me like you're stuck inside of a blender. But thank you so much for sharing. Everybody loves Elvis. Alright, any more check-ins? Fire team, Juliet through Lima. Come on, where's my Juliet people? Represent. Say again your last, please. I did not catch the call sign of the last person that checked in. Would you please say again? Affirmative. Kilo, Juliet 5, November, India, Kilo. All right, Robert, thank you so much for checking in.
This is Kilo
Any other people
5
fire
Alpha
team
November
Juliet through
Tango,
Lima who want to check in tonight?
AK5 ANT, Sunshine in Security, Baby it's cold outside.
Baby, it's cold outside. Thank you so much for checking in, Sunshine.
This is Kilo 5, Charlie Bravo Yankee, Cowboy, Security Texas, and Father Christmas by the Kinks.
Love to hear it, Cowboy. You and Sunshine sound Lima Charlie. All right, any more personnel checking in and fire Juliet through Lima. Lay it on.
Kilo Juliet 5, India, Oscar Charlie, 9 mil out of the South Mosquito. Nice.
Echo Link went down for a little bit. Now back up down. I'm checking in. No traffic.
All right, I actually catch 9 mil and Bird Dog at the same exact time. So let's start with you, 9 mil. What is your favorite Christmas song?
That's me, Silent Night.
All right, for Bird Dog, 9 mil and Bird Dog. Tell me, please, what is your Bird Dog, come on, brother. What's your favorite Christmas song?
Sorry about that. We might have stepped on each other. I hope nobody said it, but my favorite Christmas song is Grandpa Got Ran Over by a Reindeer.
Well, unfortunately, that one was already claimed by Devil Dog earlier in the net. But that's okay. More than one people can like a song. As a matter of fact, if that was not the case, we would live in a very sad world. All right, are there any more check-ins in fire teams Juliet through Lima?
Kilo 9 Zulu Kilo. Tim in Fairfield, Texas.
And say again your call sign, please.
Roger that. Kilo 9 Zulu Kilo. Down here in Fairfield, Texas. First name is Tim. Tango India Mike.
Solid copy, Tim. Thank you so much for checking in. And what is your favorite Christmas song?
Oh, thanks for asking and getting me on the net. Actually, they're all great. I think my favorite album is the Kenny G one. It's all instrumental, but I'm an old guy, so I remember just about anything in the 60s and 70s my parents would play. So don't have any favorites, just love them all. Thanks for asking. Back to you.
Love to hear it. KJ5DRM. Okay. One last time here, guys. Are there any other fire team check-ins for Juliet through Lima?
Kilo India 5, Uniform Bravo, Hagar, and Splendora. I believe I've heard a couple people say Grandpa got ran over by a reindeer. So mine would be Grandma got ran over by a reindeer.
I hear you loud and clear, Hagar. Thank you for checking in. Any other check-ins for Juliet through Lima? Final call for Viking check-in, Juliet through Lima. KJ5DRM, net controller for the Viking Com Group Net. All other licensed amateurs are now invited to check in. Check in with your call sign, and please tell us what your favorite Christmas song is.
This is Bravo 5, Oscar X-Ray Quebec, Mobile. This is Jim out in Hewitt.
Thank you for checking in. Say again that call sign one last time, please.
Whiskey, Bravo 5, Oscar X-Ray Quebec.
All right, Officer X-Ray Quebec, would you please tell us what your favorite Christmas song is?
I'm thinking of one, if I'm sure not absolutely certain about the title. I think it's called There's a Song in the Air and a Star in the Sky. I think, but I could be mistaken.
Well, your guess is as good as mine, WV5. Thank you so much for checking in. Are there any other licensed amateurs that want to check in on the net tonight?
November 5, Bravo Lima Tango. Lake and Dickinson.
5, Papa Tango, Delta, W5, Ball and Spring. This is Kilo Foxtrot 5, Golf X-Ray Zulu. Kilo Foxtrot 5, Golf X-Ray Zulu. Arabian Northwest, Arabian Northwest. This is WA5AIR in Montgomery, Texas.
This is Kilo Juliet 5, Foxtrot Juliet Kilo, JJ5, RJVC2,
Love to hear it. Looks like we got more licensed amateurs checking in than we did the Vikings. Are there any other licensed amateurs that wish to check in tonight?
Tuna, what's your favorite Christmas song?
That's my favorite Christmas song.
Tuna, you're a gentleman and a scholar. I like the classics. All right, now, do we have any late check-ins for the Vikings? Lay it on me, please. All right, guys, now we're going to go ahead and take some comments from any and all amateur and liaison stations. So please send your traffic.
Net control, cowboy.
Easy breezy, cowboy.
This is for all our Vikings out there. This is Viking called Rudolph the Red. Looked at his wife and said, "It's gonna rain." She goes, "Well, how would you know it's gonna rain?" She said, "Because Rudolph the Red knows rain." Back to net control. AK5 CBY.
Thank you for that, cowboy. Thank you. Is there any traffic from any of the amateurs listening tonight?
KF5 GXZ, just going to say my favorite Christmas song is I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas. KF5 GXZ, back to net control.
Hippopotamus for Christmas is a great one. Good choice, good choice. Any other traffic on the net tonight?
Kilo India 5, Uniform Uniform Bravo Hagar. I just want to say thank you for Lima's Christmas party this afternoon. We had a good time. Anybody that didn't show up, you missed it. You missed a good time, so on you. But alright, back to that.
Love to hear that you guys all got together, Hagar. Is there any other traffic tonight? Alright, I would like to thank, I believe we had 15 check-ins total. About half of those were Vikings and half of those were non-Vikings checking in. So thank you so much for all those people for checking in on tonight's session. Please come again next Sunday. The net meets up at 1900 hours local time. And for those of you interested, Romeo Delta to the KA5QCC downtown repeater. We're now going to go ahead and close the Viking Comm group tonight and return the frequency back to normal amateur use. Liaison stations will close their links as well. Guys, had a great time checking in with you guys tonight. I look forward to the next week. This is KJ5DRM. They call me Breeze, but you can call me anytime. Good night.
Hey, I'm Yank. For you all that enjoy GMRS, I moved the Conroe repeater to a 500-foot tower. And I put one of my hand repeaters there. And it is covering all of Houston. I mean, it covers one of the but just want to let everybody know that. So WA5, they are.
Kilo India 5, Hagar, and sorry for the late message, but for anybody that was listening that may be interested in what we do, we are you can check us out at tsfhouston.org.gov.com. Give us a check out and see what we're all about, and look forward to maybe seeing you around. Thank you. Back to that. KJ5JFJ.
gasoline. Gasoline. hear what the Ravens say. You better hear what the Ravens say. You better hear what the Ravens say. You better hear what the Ravens say.
South Coast. We will be having a Sunday night general interest net here on the South Coast reflector in 10 minutes. Your net control will be David KC 5YTX.
CSW5OXQ mobile listing. CSW5OXQ mobile listing.
The South Coast Reflector will be having a Sunday night general interest net in 5 minutes. The South Coast Reflector will be connecting to the Central Texas Hub in Gatesville, Texas in 5 minutes. KC5YTX will be your net control for the Sunday night general interest net in 1 minute. The South Coast Reflector will be connecting to the Central Texas Hub in Gatesville, Texas in 1 minute. The time is 8 p.m.
This is David, KC5 serving as net control station, the South Coast Reflector Sunday night general discussion net. This net meets every Sunday evening at 8 p.m. Central Time on the South Coast Reflector and is open to all licensed amateur radio operators. Information on the various ways you can access the South Coast Reflector can be found on its website at www.southcoastreflector.com. Before starting the net tonight, if there are any stations with emergency or priority traffic, please call now. Alright, the primary purpose of this radio net is to provide the opportunity for amateur radio operators to exchange personal experiences, opinions, and general information on a variety of different topics. The main rule to be followed is that discussions should not involve politics or religion. Each week there will be a question which is intended to provoke thought and promote discussion between the participants. That control will allow you to comment on the responses given by other amateur radio operators. The direct net, which means all calls, are made to the net control station unless otherwise instructed. All licensed amateur radio operators are invited and encouraged to check into the net. When checking in, please announce your call sign slowly and connect twice, followed by your name and location. For example, I would say Kilo Charlie 5 Yankee Tango X-ray, Kilo Charlie 5 Yankee Tango X-ray, David in the Woodland. And remember, this is a linked system, so after you key up, wait a second or two before speaking. At the beginning of your transmission off. After a few check-ins, I'll pause to review the check-in list. If your call sign is not yet acknowledged, please try again. David, and I am now taking check-ins to the South Coast Reflector's Sunday night general discussion net. Any station wishing to check in to net tonight, please call now.
This is Kilo 5, Charlie, Kilo 5, Charlie, Juliet, Captain, Clear Lake.
Alpha 5, Juliet Whiskey, James Spring. Alpha 5, Juliet James Spring.
Kilo 5, Juliet Mike Lima. AI 5,
This is November 0, X-Ray, Romeo Golf. Again, that's November 0, X-Ray, Romeo Golf. You got Ron and Big John.
This is Delta 6, Papa Lima Whiskey. Kilo Delta 6, Papa Lima Whiskey. This is Duffy and Willis.
Okay, technical copy 6 that time. I got KJ5CR, K5JJ, AA5JW, KI5JML, N0XRG, and KD6SL. Thank you all for checking in. So, this is often about opinions, personal experiences, and I think tonight's going to be maybe a little bit of both. Tonight's question is, what do you think is a good investment? And what do you think is a bad investment? So it could be anything that you think about. When I thought about this question, what's a good investment, the first thing that popped in my head was, college, or going to a trade school, buying a house, or and I really couldn't think of a bad investment. All I thought about was okay, let's say that you smoke cigarettes. That's not going to pay you back in time. But some people enjoy cigarettes, so it's not really an investment. It's just like eating something. So I haven't come up with a bad investment yet, but I'm hoping someone has an idea for bad investment. So we'll go to KJ5NDR. KJ5NDR, what is a good investment? And you can name the things you can think of. What would be a good investment? What do you think is a bad investment? Go ahead, KJ5NDR.
Delta Romeo. Thanks for taking that. Super appreciate it. I think I have a good one here. People. It goes both ways. There's good people that you can invest in, and there's bad people that you can invest in. I wholeheartedly believe that. There's an old fable. It's the scorpion and the frog. And if you don't know it, you should look it up. It's called the scorpion and the frog. They try to argue that there are people that shouldn't invest in because they're people. I mean, that's it. But, look into that fable. There are some people out there that's just not worth the time. Yeah, thanks for taking the net. Appreciate it, everyone. 73 stalls. KJ5.
All right, KJ5NDR. Great answer. And I have to say, people did come to mind for a second. I was thinking it was more like a positive thing, but you're right. It could be good or bad investment. And I had to look up this Scorpion the Frog. Now, this is just a shortened, I think, part of it, but the fable of the Scorpion the Frog is about a scorpion who asked the frog for a ride across the river. The frog is fearing a sting. The scorpion assures him that stinging would mean their mutual demise. The frog agrees, but halfway across, the scorpion stings the frog anyway. When the frog asks why, the scorpion replies, "Because I'm a scorpion, that's in my nature." Very interesting story how you could try to help someone, they could bring you down. And you both, very good. I like that, KJ5NDR. Thank you for checking in tonight. That's a great addition to the topic of what's a good investment and what could be a bad investment. And I hope you have a great week up ahead. K5CJJ, Chet, you're a regular here on the Sunday Night Net. Chet, you think of what is maybe an example of a good investment or what could be a bad investment? Go ahead, Chet.
If you've got a long enough horizon, a good investment is a broad mix of stocks, either in an account or a mutual fund. Some will go up, some will go down, but generally they appreciate reasonably well over the long term, not daily, but over the long term. And about investing in a single stock, you're 100% exposed to that one company, and if it does well, great, but if it doesn't,
All right, Chet, thank you for checking in tonight. A broad mix of stocks is a good long-term investment. And yeah, you're talking about being diversified, it sounds like, as opposed to just having one stock. And that can be risky in case it goes down. And my son is investing in stocks and using that Robinhood app. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of money to invest, so he can't always buy a full share. But with Robinhood, he can buy a fraction of a share. So he's got a couple $100 invested in each of them, 40 different stocks, pieces of stock. So I think he's learning that being diversified is good. Especially on a day where the stock market might if you have a bad day, the stocks don't go down as much or might even go up. Great advice, Chet. A broad mix of stocks for long-term investment. Thank you, K5AJ, and hope you have a great week up ahead. This is David, KC5YTX, and I want to go next to James, AA5JW. James, what do you think is a good investment? And what do you think is a bad investment? Go ahead, James.
Well, good evening, David. Thank you for running the net tonight, and good evening, everybody, on the South Coast Reflector Sunday Night Net. This is Alpha Alpha 5 Juliet Whiskey James in the spring. And yeah, it's a good question. I like some of the things I've heard so far. I would say invest in yourself. And what I mean by that is invest in things that make you, more valuable. Whether it's training, certifications, degrees, but anytime you invest in yourself, it's always a good decision. And bad investment. Anything that seems like a quick, get-rich-quick scheme is typically a bad investment. With that, I'll say 7-3 in the back of the net. This is Alpha Alpha 5 Juliet Whiskey James in spring, and we will be monitoring.
All right, James, great answers. Invest in yourself. Something that makes you more valuable. I like that. And I couldn't come up with a bad investment, but I like what you said. I get rich quick. You're right. Usually a bad investment. This reminds me of do you ever watch the shows about people who've won the lottery and they've won hundreds of millions of dollars all at once. And it seems like I'm not exaggerating. It seems like half of them within like 3 years are broke. And I don't know if they're making bad investments. It sounds like people are coming to them, hey, you got money now. Invest in this, I want to start a new hotel chain or whatever it is. And so they make bad investments. It's so crazy to think that someone with all that money could lose it. But get rich quick schemes, you're right. That's a bad investment. Thank you, James, A5JW. Thank you for checking in. KI5JML, KI5JML. What can you tell us do you think is a good investment? And what is an example in your mind of a bad investment? Go ahead.
This is KI5GML. I think when you're looking at investments, you have to look at the return on the investment. Or if it's a monetary thing, there's something you come across, or there's a lot of different ways to measure investments, but the return you get from it is to me something that's important. Just to remember a quick idea, we had a toy run for the Santa Toys for Tots. This last Saturday, and delivered over $1,000 worth of toys. Kids out there, this is KI5GML back to the control.
All right. right, thank you for checking in and for your answer. And you're right, you have to look at the return on it. And I think that investing in the next generation, which is what you're doing by buying toys for kids, that is a good investment. What do people always say when they get to retirement age? They tell the younger generations, hey, make sure you keep working. My Social Security depends on you guys working. The next generation, but very thoughtful of you, very kind of you to help make some kids Christmas. That's very nice. Thank you for checking in and helping you guys this week. This is David, KD5 YCS. N0XRT. N0XRT, you've heard what we're talking about. Good investment, bad investment. What is your advice? What is your opinion on what's good investment and bad investment? Go ahead, Ron.
This is November 0, X-Ray, Romeo Golf. I didn't know I was going to have to think this day. My goodness, yeah, these are good ones. I want to second a couple of them. Investing in yourself, investing in our future, which is going to be the next generation coming up. I would say a good investment. So I just turned 55 years old. So a good 401k, especially one that's got a company match. I was fortunate enough to be a part of that. And at 55, I'm working because I want to, not because I have to. And having that company match, like it's not free money, of course, but it doesn't leave any money on the table. That set me up in a good position. So some of mine, the first one is timeshare, right? That's garbage. Just look that stuff up and you'll see why it's a hustle. Any collectibles, like remember the Beanie Babies or whatever, the planes, or whatever collectible is the buzz, probably won't be worth much in a couple of years. So either way, remember 0 X-Ray, Romeo Golf. Thanks for the topic. Thank you. 0 X-Ray, Romeo Golf.
All right, Ron, thank you for checking in and for giving your answer to tonight's question. I'd like to second the idea of investing in yourself, investing in the future generation, and you really highlighted 401k. And you're right, when you get an employer match, you can't beat that. That's great. And it forces me, because my company has to give, I don't know if it's 6%, I found it was, you give like 6%, they'll match like half it up to 3%. Something like that. It forces me to put money into my retirement in order to get that match, which I don't want to leave that savings. So that's great. I like what you said about timeshares. All I have to do is turn on the radio, and you can hear people saying, are you in a timeshare you want to get out of? Call us. We'll help you with the legal dilemma, whatever it is. So a lot of people apparently have fallen for timeshares and they want to get out of it. So I don't disagree with that at all. Timeshares are usually a bad investment. Some people might like it, but enough people don't like it. And then you said Beanie Babies. You're right. Everybody was going to get rich in the 90s. They're all buying these Beanie Babies. They're going to get it fizzled out and then it come to fruition. So you're right. But thank you, Ron. N0XRT, thank you for checking in tonight, and I hope you have a great week up ahead. KD6TLW. KD6TLW. Thank you for checking in tonight. What do you think is an example of good investments? And what are maybe some bad investments? Go ahead, KD6TLW.
I think that anytime you can buy property, real estate, generally, that's over time, that's going to be a good investment. First thing that comes to mind for a bad investment would be an expensive car, because a new car starts depreciating the moment you drive it off the lot.
All right, thank you for checking in tonight. Real estate, yeah, you see those billboards for land, and it's like, invest in land. They're not making any more of it, and that's a great argument for investing in real estate or land. And an expensive car now, some people, they get like a vintage car. Maybe it could appreciate over time, right? But you're right, a lot of people just buy the new fancy Ferrari or Lamborghini, and it's probably, like you said, it's not going to go value. And it's just drive it off the lot to do like 30% or something like that, they say. So that's another great example of what could be a bad investment. Thank you, KD6POW. Thank you for checking in. Hope you have a great week. All right, this is David, KC5 Line Tech. We're talking about good investments and bad investments. And this can be based on experience. It can be just your opinion. It doesn't matter. I want to hear what you have to say. So if you'd like to check in net tonight and talk about what you think are good investments or bad investments, please call now.
This is Kilo Foxtrot 5 Golf X-Ray Lulu AFI GXZ Ramian Northwest Houston.
This is Kilo 8 Victor Delta, Kilo 8 Victor Delta, Michael in Spring, Texas.
All right, we're talking to that KF5GXZ Rainy, K8 Michael. I thought of another investment I was thinking about. If you like join the military, you can learn a trade while getting paid, and you can retire in 20 years. You'll get a retirement from the military, right? And then you can also apply what you learned in the military to start a new career. You're only going to be about 40 years old, perhaps. You got time for another career. That just crossed my mind. Anyways, Raimi, KF5GXZ. Raimi, what do you think is a good investment, and what do you think is a bad investment? Go ahead, Raimi.
Good evening, David. Everybody on the net, thanks for running the net. I'd say good investment, tangible assets, property. I go with stored food, freeze-dried food, rice and beans, Mylar buckets, box absorbers, and don't forget your precious metals, lead, brass, and copper. Bad investments would be anything non-tangible, things on AFI, GXZ, back to net control.
All right, Rainy, KF5GXZ, thank you for checking in. Yeah, property, storable food. Sounds like you're preparing for, what do they say, plan, hope for the best and plan for the worst. I like the precious metals that you mentioned, lead, brass, and copper. Those aren't, we're both considered precious metals, but if you're thinking an emergency, those are precious metals. And then, you mentioned stuff that's what's the word? But I was thinking cryptocurrency. Yeah, cryptocurrency. I don't even know how it works. I know people have made a lot of money on it, but I'm sure people have money on it too. I don't know what cryptocurrency is. That was anyway, I like your thinking though. Protect what you got in an emergency. Thank you, Raimi. Thank you for checking in. Hope you have a great week. K8BV, Michael, what do you think is a great investment or a good investment, and what is maybe a bad investment, in your opinion? Go ahead, Michael.
Good evening, David, and everybody on the net. I'm going to go with almost like everybody says, investing in yourself, either job experience. I think that will be the best thing. As far as bad investment, I'm going to say it's a little simple. It's gold, we really don't get the back of an investment, especially the premium coins. It doesn't matter how much you spend. At a coin store, you always get a picture. The value of that, so it seems like you're always going to pay more
money out of it. So that's just it. Back to you, Nick Control.
All right, Michael, thank you for checking in. And, that's great. And then you mentioned gold and silver. So, yeah, I'm sure some people would disagree with that and say that, oh, it's good to have gold and silver. But I think they would probably say that it's just going to be part of your investment strategy, right? But you're right. For me, I've bought a couple silver coins, and I think I paid $35. Guess about what an ounce of silver is. I don't think I'm going to get that back. Unless silver goes up double, triple in price. Yeah, when you go to the coin store, or the buy gold and silver at the store, they're going to take a piece of that. So, yeah, I can see how you would say it, that could not be a good investment. But hey, when we open up for comments and questions, maybe someone will have a success story, a positive story of gold and silver. I don't like it because it seems dangerous to me. I mean, I wouldn't want to keep physical gold and silver in the house. I mean, that sounds like you have a target on your back. If anybody finds out you got gold and silver. So that's what worries me about that. But yeah, thank you, Michael, for checking in and for sharing. Hope to hear you again next week, and hope you have a great week up ahead. This is David, KC5YTX. We're talking about some good investments, maybe bad. And I'm looking for more check-ins. If you'd like to check in next night, please call now.
Gasoline.
Okay, not hearing any more check-ins. If you have any more, when I open up the questions and comments, you're welcome to check in that way. But what I would like to do now is, in fact, open up the comments and questions. It could be a comedy question, it could be for someone else on the net. Maybe you want to learn more about someone else's investment, or have a question about what they said. Clarify any questions and comments. Please call now.
Julia 5 in DR with a comment.
Yes, KJ5 in DR. Go ahead with your comment.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to say, super awesome tonight. Let's check in and stuff, and everyone, really awesome. Really insightful. Some people went more philosophical, and some people went more material, and that was not bad either way. But yeah, non-CR very, very good idea. I think cryptocurrency could be out there. I don't mess with that stuff. You know, imagine, imagine you need it, and the only thing you have is a closed wallet. So you still need a computer or something.
Gasoline.
Nausea. Material. Anyway, thanks for letting me check in.
Gasoline.
All right, KJ5 and Jared, thank you for the comment. Thank you for the let us hear about that sports as well. I'm gonna definitely tell that one to my kids. That I like that a lot. Sports song. I like reading that, and that was great. What are we trying to say? It's not a good lesson. And you're right. There have been great answers tonight. I really enjoy hearing them. And you know what? I don't like cryptocurrency. I would want one of my kids to be like, oh, what is cryptocurrency, Dad? And I'd be like, I don't know what it is. And they'd be like, then why are you investing in it? I wouldn't have an answer. Why should I invest in something I don't even understand how it works? But thank you for the comment. There may have been a double there. Do I have anyone else with comments or questions for the net? Please call now.
K5CJJ, comment?
Yes, Chet, please go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, I have avoided cryptocurrency. In addition to being kind of seemingly complex, trading it and everything seems a little risky. But basically, that's just centralized on the greater pure speculation. Are people going to pay more for the currency, the cryptocurrency, tomorrow than they did today, or not? And it's all based on group psychology. Who knows where that group psychology is going to go? So I don't think that's investing, that's speculation. That's different. Investing, you're looking for, return on your money through appreciation, interest or dividends or whatever cash is thrown off. But cryptocurrency is pure psychology, and I'm not smart enough to figure out where the group's going to go tomorrow. 73, back to net.
All right, Chet, great comment. Cryptocurrency is based on speculation and based on psychology. You tell me you know more about than I do. And you know more about than I do, and you don't want to invest in it, then I really don't want to invest in it. Thank you, Chet, for that comment. All right, any more comments or questions for Net? Please call back. Alright. Nice. That's nice. I enjoyed all the answers. People really thought about their answers. I like that. And I learned some stuff, that's for sure. So I want to thank everyone for taking the time to participate in tonight's net. Again, this Sunday Night Net is held every Sunday evening at 8 p.m. Central Time in the Central Collector. Participants are encouraged to keep their contact information up to date and QRZ in case others wish to contact them to further discuss tonight's topic. I'd like to thank WAIR and Charlie for allowing us to use the South Coast Reflector for tonight's net. I now close the South Coast Reflector Sunday night general discussion net and return the South Coast Reflector to normal amateur radio use. 73 to all, this is David KJ5YCX, and I'll be monitoring for a few minutes.
Coast reflector will connect to the East Coast reflector in 10 minutes and will disconnect at 12 p.m. Okay, in 5 minutes, we will be connecting to the East Coast reflector until 12 p.m. The system will be connecting to the East Coast reflector in 1 minute.
years ago, something like that. So it was about things to bottle them. And then today we had our Imagery Society, SNARS.org luncheon downtown here in Reno, and got to see people again. It was fun. Okay.
Yeah, because of the weather, we haven't even left the house for the weekend. It's cold. And so tomorrow I'll be leaving, and you probably heard me before. I play a little pickleball in the morning, get out, then I got to run to the hardware store, pick up a gift card for that, and then a lottery for the present that I get for Christmas. You got a minimum, or I'm sorry, a maximum of $25 to spend on the person that you pick. But I heard you say Steelers fan, and I'm a Browns fan. I grew up in Cleveland. I've been in Minnesota for 30 years, but the hated Steelers and the Browns, and with the big rivalry games, I used to go down to that old stadium, stayed by the lake, and watch those games.
Yeah, sorry, born and raised, and hey, it's all in good fun. They did. I actually got to meet Lynn Swan, Franco Harris, and there was another gentleman that came into the hardware store that I was working on in South Village, and I didn't ask for their autographs, but it was kind of like, they're here.
Yeah, there were some great players back in the day. They broke my heart quite a bit. Steelers. They were good. They had a chance to make it to the Super Bowl, but they had the fumble, the drive, and whatever the hell else happened to them with bad luck. But you said Lynn Swan. Could it have been John Stallworth? Was the other guy?
You know, it's probably 50 years ago. I don't know. They were big guys, and I was ready to help out with whatever they needed. Because I lived in Pittsburgh, it was kind of like, I know that guy.
Yeah, one of the guys I love from that team was Rocky Blyer. He had a heart and soul. I think he was Pittsburgh all the way. Vietnam guys came back. Ron, the veteran, the things that he did. It's just one of the things I always remember.
Well, I just wanted to wave a hand, William, and happy holidays, sir. You threw out your call, and it was kind of like, I know that guy. That's why I was in my computer. It was kind of like, man, dial him up on the QRZ. There you are. So, anyway, 73. KF0, K7FTS. Carry on, and someone else will come back. And try not to freeze to death too much back there. That's why I moved away from Pittsburgh.
All right, Fred, 73 to you. Have a good night. We'll see you on Zoom, and I like your background. This is KF0 MHN. I'll be standing by.
But yeah, it was a fun picture to post. Case of an MPS. How goes your day, sir? Are you making your node work for you?
Yes and no. I think it's a K7 something, I'm not sure. And here's George, that's right. So, now it's working on the tablet. Before it wasn't. On my phone it's still won't work. And as far as All-Star goes, I can PM all of it from it, but I have not gotten All-Star to work with radio yet, because I haven't made the notes that I have. As I said, I haven't done it yet. So what do you do? Can you please give me a call on your notes?
But of course, Joe, Kilo 7 Foxtrot Papa Sierra. Okay, so you mentioned iPad. Are you using Echolink or repeater phone?
Yes, I spoke to you before. No, I'm using a thing called the switch. I don't have the but I'm coming in at 9529 because for some reason TV switch is the only one you can use. The other All-Star notes don't work. I don't really understand what that's all about. I just need to use the phone thinking maybe that's the problem. I'll just come back everything. So now I go on the phone with it. I'm going back into it. So I'm going to put in, I have to go through the registry and everything. So I'll have it back to you and I'll go through the registry.
All right, Joe, So you're fighting with your all-star. Totally get that. ASL3 gave me fits for until I gave up, and then I put hand voice on it, and lo and behold, it just worked out of the box. It didn't answer the question. Anyway, that might be your problem. I don't know.
Yeah, I still remember it. I'm just looking at it and seeing, why exactly this is not working. But now it says, I'm in the setup here, but it says unregistered. I forgot how to register it. And now I can never register. I'm going to try it. I'm going to connect too.
Reflector via an all-star node, you need to use one of the free all-star node connections, either 45225 to 7339, and sorry, I forget the card. Okay, 7FPS.
Yeah, strangely enough, none of those work. The only one that works is 598 Fox 9, that's what I'm using right now. And it's supposed to be switched right now. I'm using the regular all-star, I'm using all-star, it doesn't work. I don't know why. But it still makes a distinction right on the website. I guess that's where it's supposed to be. But that's
Okay, on the node, hang up on it through your phone, sorry, 76, you're disconnected through your phone, or, sorry, not your phone, your handheld, and there are 3 hubs for the all-star nodes. DV switch is unique. It has its own unique node. You can't use the DV switch node for your all-star connected node for your handheld. Did that make sense? Okay, 7FPS.
I know, but I'm not trying to use it for the handheld. If I don't have any handheld for all-star yet, it's the handheld that I have to do it now. And that works fine. It doesn't do brand nice stuff. The one we use is 3215714. So everything, right now, everything is working. All of a sudden. But for 2 days it wasn't working. And now it's working. So I really don't know. I don't know. If it's not broke, don't fix it, you know?
I'm not a dealer, but anyway, in your all-star node, that needs to be plugged into your router. It needs to connect from something different than a TV switch.
Yeah, hold on a second. I thought I had a breaking station. This is K-Tracy. Hold on a second. I thought I had a breaking station. No, I guess not. Okay. Yeah, no worries. I totally understand that. But this was working.
I do, Joe. You're coming in through the digital bridge. I do. I'm just looking at the Listen Live page. Whenever I key up, you key up, everybody else keys up. Just having a look. You're making it. Q7 FPS.
Yeah, now I'm going to move on. As of right now, everything is working. But it's just going to Android phone, while I was talking to you, that's all far. So that's what I think. I haven't done my nose yet. That's probably the time
with that. Yes, sometimes you get a fight with hardware and software. I'm kind of a both guy, but occasionally you gotta trip over whatever obstacles are in your way. Anyway, good luck, Joe. Okay, so yes.
Okay, so thanks very much. Thanks for your help.
Years, and now I'm in Reno. And I enjoy 4 seasons, but be safe, be well, and drive carefully. You guys get a lot of snow. I've been there. either at home or at work or, I don't know. What's new in your world, sir?
Well, you're right. I am in transit to work. This is my overnight shift tonight. And just out doing a little running around before I get there.
I don't envy you a bit. Overnight shifts, evening time is mine. Anyway, do you have any fun stories?
Well, not yet. Tonight I just started. It ended Sunday. Be fairly quiet tonight, I hope.
Well, mine's not a fun story, but it's it's going to be an adventure. I had a 20-year-old kid in 2015 Honda Civic just hit me full force at a stoplight, going about 35 miles an hour right into my tail. So, my car is, my new RAV4 is drivable, but it needs a bit of work now. And his car was just total on the spot. I know it's not a fun story, but it's an adventure in short.
Well, it don't sound like any place I want to be, but I've had that same thing happen to me right in 2015. I bought a Outlander, brand new Mitsubishi Outlander, and a Texas Tech student wasn't paying attention and ran right into me in the back, just made me mad because now the back won't close. So, I had to go and, well, I got another one out of the deal, let's put it that way.
Well, hopefully, I just bought this like a year and a half ago. 2024 RAV4 XLE Hybrid, and it was, no, I don't want to buy another one. I just got 2 years prior, so yeah, I don't know, stupid people doing stupid shit stuff, sorry. 20-year-old kid, and just happens, I
Yeah, roger that. Well, it's almost time for me to step inside the store and get ready for my night. It's not going to be any fun for me, but we'll see. You'd be surprised what comes in there. I could honestly tell you stories, but I can't tell them. Definitely can't tell them over the radio. 73 spread. Have a good one. KC5C's
All right, Daryl, have a good evening. KC5CZX from K7FBS. Again, I apologize for my choice of words. K7FBS clear.
K7FBS clear.
Gasoline. 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 Gasoline.
Good evening. The time is 10 p.m. The time is 10 p.m.
gasoline.
The system you're listening to is connected to the East Coast reflector. Please join us on Saturday evenings at 11 p.m. Eastern Time for the East Coast Reflector Trivia Net.
Gasoline. Gasoline.
WB9 CFT,
Gasoline. 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 Gasoline.
Barely, repeater mode. Anyway, yes. Sorry, station calling. You're like 90% capacity. Yes.
Good evening. The time is 11 p.m.
Was somebody calling VA4 here?
Was somebody calling VA4 here?
you didn't intend to. We're already shooting so far past the read-through. I toss a line to you to see what you do. You improvise when the spotlight is on you. You say, let me in.
Gasoline. 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 Gasoline.
You better hear what the Raven said now. You better hear what the Raven said. You better hear what the Raven said now. You better hear what the Raven said. You better hear what the Raven said now. You better hear what the Raven said. You better hear what the Raven said now.
Gasoline. 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 My money. Gasoline. My money. Gasoline. 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 My money. Gasoline. My money. Gasoline. 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 Gasoline.
Oh, mother. Oh, mother.
KC1, 2PL, listening. KC1, 2PL, listening.
Well, hey, John. Steve on my LPL trying to figure out whether I want to forward the East Coast reflector thing back to our local club, because there's mentoring tonight. Tomorrow night is, let's see, goals and low power and low cost moon bounce EME. And just reading through Charles' newsletter, volume 22. How are you doing, sir? How are you doing, sir?
Well, I'm not too bad. There was another station coming back to me that doubled with you for your transmission, but I caught most of it. Very interesting. I needed to listen to that in the Zoom room, and I might learn something. You never know. My image going well. I had relatively pain-free days. Got out, got some exercise. Walked up to a neighborhood market, and then later went to a supermarket, and still I forgot stuff. So, you know, it is what it is. Go ahead.
Well, I'll let the other stations jump in if they wish. Local Sierra Nevada Amateur Radio Society Zoom ham mentoring night tomorrow evening. It's not on the UCR.
Foxtrot Alpha X-ray bridge here out in Rye, Texas. It's wanting to wish y'all the best. Y'all have a great
KM0 NGO monitoring for work. Ruin here. KM0 NGO.
KQ4 0 Quebec 4 Bravo Papa monitoring. Amazing.
Right, John. Well, I guess you lit a fire under the UCR. Yeah. I'm looking up all these other call signs that have pinged in. Glad that you are having less pain. And, yeah. SNARS.org, SNARS.org. And we had our lunch and we had fun meeting people. Anyway, I'm going to say 73s and let all the other peeps hop in. KC1, QPL, KC1,
73's, Fred. I'll talk to you a little later or farther down the road. K7FTS, K1QPL. Be clear and listening.
Gasoline. Gasoline. Gasoline.
You say that you used to know me in the old days, old ways come and go anyway. You say it's so good to see me. It's a gift from God. You don't even believe.
The system you're listening to is connected to the East Coast reflector. Please join us every Monday through Friday, except for holidays, 7 to 9 a.m. for the morning brew.
KC1, QPL, K7 FPS.
K7 FPS, KC1, Good evening, well, sounds like you'll have a busy Thursday night and a fun weekend. I'm going to check that out, just sit in there and listen. I've always been curious about people working in the space shuttle and sporadic showers, things like that. That's always kind of appealed to me.
Well, all the other stations that were listening, I guess they crawled back under a rock. Anyway, not on the ECR. You can go to the SNARS website, our local thing, and maybe sign up through there. And I turned them on to Charles' article from volume 22, page 22, and went from there. But they were thinking about doing low power DME. And I don't know, that kind of sounds like fun.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. What if you needed me to put a repeater on the solar power? And see if you can hit the repeater, go ahead.
My money.
Well, I think that falls into the category of TBD.
And what perhaps is that? You'll have to enlighten me.
To be done, to be determined. How so? They were talking about connecting, cellular bits on the moon and other planets so that, they can communicate. That's all. TBD.
All right, yeah. Well, it's an interesting concept. It's an interesting sponsor. That would make Moon Earth interesting. I wonder what the outcome of that would be. I wonder what kind of success rate you have. It might be fun to try.
So I talked with another gentleman in Minnesota this evening. It was kind of like a low of 5, and tomorrow is supposed to be a high of 20. But no snow. Does that approximate the weather, John?
Yeah, that's pretty close. Speaking of Minnesota, the Vikings won the game. That was unexpected. Going into the game, they had a 32% chance of winning, and they managed to win. So that was good. I was disappointed to my friends in Buffalo, in and around the Buffalo area, because the Bills didn't prevail today. So that was the extent of my day, plus a couple of shopping trips and an active day getting things done around here. Looking forward to a better tomorrow. So I'm on the mend, and that's a good thing. K7,
Well, I'm not one to wait for days. I'm just curious whether you're a gambler and call it none of my business, but just curious, John.
No, I don't gamble at all. I've got better things to spend my money on. When I was in Sparks, Nevada, I played a few slot machines one night. I think I spent maybe $50 playing slots at a casino called that was about the extent of my gambling. I just did it for the fun of it. But I don't play bingo or go to the casinos or anything like that. I don't buy tickets or lottery. Any of that. No, I've got better things to spend money on. Radios for New Hampshire, just getting started is one of them. But yeah, no gambling here. Go ahead. No gambling here. Go ahead.
Well, IGT is now private, and I couldn't buy multi-state lottery tickets until now, and I didn't win the $1 billion. I'm just saying that.
Well, yeah. I guess, for $1 billion to spend a couple bucks on a long shot, it might be worth doing. I can see myself doing that. I didn't do it last year. If I get something around $1 billion again, I think I'll buy a ticket just for the hell of it. Oops, sorry about that. KC1 QB, my apologies. KC1 QB, my apologies.
Well, yeah, I may throw a few coins into the bucket just because, it's, I don't know, a couple of beers, might as well.
Yeah, it's good to have an exorbitant dream sometimes, or a real wild fantasy about what you do with $1 billion. I don't know. Pay a lot of taxes, give a lot of money away, I guess. I don't need that much money, so I would do a lot of philanthropic stuff, I think.
Gasoline.
Well, and those that have, those multi-Bs, SpaceX is interesting. Tesla is interesting. But, how much do you need in order to, I don't know, make the world better?
Well, I don't know. You can start with your little corner, I guess. But I'm not some bleeding heart, but I'm just saying with $1 billion you could do a lot of good. And that would be all right with me. K7, FPS, KC1, 2 p.m. FPS, KC1, 2 p.m.
Well, it's all wishful thinking. I'm not rich by any stretch of the imagination, but I would donate it to food banks because, I don't know, whenever I get old, I might need that food.
Yeah, the nice thing about that is, they're usually, ran by an organization in the community. So, the money stays local. Helps your neighbors. Go ahead.
Yeah, I volunteered there for a while. We packed 2 pallets worth of food just as a volunteer. It was an assembly line as it needs to be. And I was the end person to tape the boxes closed. And was the final inspector before they got stacked onto a pallet. Sorry, was there breaking news? Yes.
Altruism going on there. Good job. And I'm sure they appreciate it. I think they take all the help they can get. Right now, however, I can't really physically volunteer myself anywhere. It's unfortunate because the holidays, the food banks, hit them pretty hard. They do their job providing turkeys and Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners. And they can always use a little help, and I can't do much for them this year. Go ahead. And I too am not a wealthy man.
I'll take a pause for a minute. Thank you, John. KC1QPL, KC7. I think there was a breaking station somewhere in there.
All right, let's first reflect that we've had our social limit here. KC1QPL clear. Station calling, go ahead, please. Station calling, go ahead, please.
Well, it wasn't me, but I'll take the opportunity. KC1QPL,
W7FTM, KC1QPL. Good evening, sir. How are you? Good evening, sir. How are you?
How you doing, John? I just want to say we missed you on the trivia last night. I was doing chemistry questions, so you would have been a natural.
Well, I forgot more than I've ever learned, I think. Yeah, I couldn't keep my eyes open last night. I actually went to sleep and slept flat on my back with some broken ribs, and that's the first time since I got out of the hospital. I got it done to the my ribs I'm kind of on the map, sure. How you doing tonight, Alex? How you doing tonight?
Well, you have your priorities where you have your sleep and rest. It's much more important than my dad. Don't tell anybody else that, though. And, yeah, we're doing okay. Good to hear you again. I just heard you talking to Fred, so had to see if you're okay.
Oh yeah. I'm definitely on the mend. Good to hear from you. Glad to have got the reflector. How's your weather out there today? Or this evening?
Oh, good. I don't have to transpose it into Celsius because you're in my country. It's 60. That's the humidity. Let me read the weather gauge right. 53 right now. 53. So we're pretty chilly here in Phoenix for us, and we'll take it. It'll get up to the 70s in the daytime. Imagine you're a bit cooler where you are.
Node 53796. Node 483.
Yeah, quite a bit cooler than that. I'll check the temperature. Is there a breaking station? Go ahead. Hang on. Casey, why don't you be clear for a minute? Breaking station, try it again. Well, nothing heard, Alex. Pick it up, I guess.
Yeah, maybe a broken station rather than a breaking station. That happens. I'd have the monitor up, I guess, see what's going on. Anyway, I just want to say hi and good to hear you again, and hope to get you next week. And let's see, it's almost 11 o'clock here, so we're doing okay in Arizona. Good to talk to you anytime. Maybe it's 7.
All right, sir. Thanks for giving me a show. Yeah, I'll be there next Saturday. I was just so I just couldn't keep my eyes open past 10 o'clock. Anyway, I'll say 73 to you, and I'll talk to you later, and I'll be clear and listening in case you want to be up. Clear on your wrap-up, sir.
Thanks, John. I could ask you here about doing that earlier, but they probably wouldn't let me. So we'll see how that goes. So, hey, thanks again, buddy. W7FT. You too, Fred. Catch you guys later. 73.
Pretty good at chemistry, and I thought about doing it for a major, but I couldn't see myself titrating, figuring out what bits were in a particular compound for the rest of my life. Anyway, okay, 7. Yes.
Yeah, actually, I'm grateful I took the class when I was younger, high school. Like you say, I couldn't see myself doing it for life, but it pointed out a few ways to take it I wasn't aware of. Of course, learning was good back then when they actually taught you stuff in school. I found out, for instance, in the chemistry lab, when they had all the chemicals and everything, if you take a raw potassium and throw it in a lake, it explodes. It's a very cool wonder teenage boy.
I was really good at chemistry. I would say other things, but Yeah. I enjoyed chemistry a lot. K7, yeah, thank you, Elwin.
Yeah, if you could believe they left the lab unlocked in those days, they would never do that now. It was interesting though, all the blue smoke that it creates, and anyway. Yeah, just pure potassium. Thanks for the demo. Take it next time, W7,
KC12PL was a common potassium nitrate together and let them ferment for an unpredictable amount of time. They will explode. And I set a beaker of that in the corner of the high school chemistry lab.
My money.